welcome back to Nintagious. How you guys doing tonight? I'm still kind of getting things in order here, but we should mostly be good to start. Let me see. Pixels, where's my bot at? Where's my bot at? There we go. Excuse me. We see Lee, JMT, Senior Sheep, Riley, View, Twain. How you guys all doing? Anyone else lurking about? Good to have you as well. Or watching offline. Hopefully people enjoy watching these offline, because I feel like that'd be something I would potentially enjoy. Good background noise. Unless you hate my taste in music, and then it might be terrible background noise. So, I want to put... Most of what I want to do tonight is I want to focus on adding the Yellow Devil. I also have a very big error with Oilman to fix. I already did a little bit of cleanup on him and fixed a couple things. And then I realized this morning that I put his Buster on the wrong arm. In a lot of cases, that wouldn't matter. Mega Man is ambidextrous, for example. Anyone who plays Smash has probably noticed this. Either of his arms can be busters. Neither of them can be busters. Both of them can be busters. In Oilman's case, since it's an entirely different arm, and he has, like, that tube instead of an arm, I think that's pretty critical. I think that needs to change. So we're probably going to do that tonight, too. I think a couple people already recommended why don't you just mirror him. Let's see if that actually works. Sometimes you can do that. You might have even seen, if you are like not just a content creator, but if you ever do anything creatively and you grab like official artwork to use for like anything, for like a wallpaper or something, and you go to mirror it, you might notice, when I mirror this, it looks really weird. And yeah, sometimes that's a thing. First of all, his shading's gonna be entirely different, so light source is gonna be inconsistent. I'm still gonna have to completely redo his shading if that's what we do. Yeah, it looks pretty... I think that looks weird. I think that looks weird. And the more I look at it, the more I think I'm gonna think it looks weird. A lot of artists, when they're in the middle of their process, they'll actually mirror their work, like, periodically throughout the process. And it's for that reason. It's because sometimes when you're looking at something for as long as you are during something like this, if there's an error, you might not notice it because you've been staring at it for hours, so you just think it's normal. And then if you mirror it, all of a sudden you'll be like, oh shit. Another thing that I will sometimes do, especially with commissions, with like larger pieces, and it kind of applies to these montages, where I'll spend a couple hours working on it on stream, and then I'll not look at it for a couple days. And then in a couple days, I'll look at it again, and suddenly I'll see a bunch of... After I haven't looked at it for like a couple days, I'll suddenly see a bunch of things where I'm like, oh, that needs to be fixed. And it's just because you kind of give your eyes a rest from it, and I feel like the mirroring thing kind of does the same thing, except it accelerates the process so that you don't have to wait days to do it. You can kind of make them pop out a little bit easier. As a result, if you don't do that, which I don't, I should, but I don't. If you don't do that, then when you try to mirror anything, it's gonna look weird as shit. So, let me turn my music down a little bit further. It's a touch loud. It's a touch loud. So we're probably gonna finish that tonight too. I want to focus on the Yellow Devil first, though. I think Yellow Devil's gonna take a lot of planning. Yeah, it's gonna take a lot of work. So I kind of want to jump right into that. I almost started planning for the Yellow Devil off stream, but I was like, You guys probably want to see it, right? Like, I don't know. If I was watching somebody do streams like this and they were like, "Oh, I already did all the sketch work off stream," I'd be like, "But I wanted to see that part." So I was like, "Nah, let's not do that. Let's save it for on stream." There's a lot of just questions about how I'm gonna do this. And some of it's going to be semi-difficult to explain, like, what's going on in my head, I think. But, let's just wing it. Let's just wing it and see what happens. First of all, I need to groupify that. Let's just start with drawing him as per usual, and then we'll worry about the intricacies after that. Actually, you know what? That's actually a little bit too big. Let's do that separately. Let's be smart. Let's be smart here. As someone wise once told me, work smarter, not harder. You all might know him as by Beautiful Joe. I'm kidding, his name's not Joe. I mean, lots of people say it, to be fair, I guess, but... Actually, I guess we don't want it to be totally flat. Because we want to give him the illusion of depth. Like, we want it to... But maybe not that much depth. Honestly, that leg's irrelevant. We don't even have to include that one. So I mentioned this a couple nights ago. In Mega Man 1, the Yellow Devil has, like, boxing mitt gloves. Hands, rather. He does in Mega Man 3, actually, too. Oh, come to think of it. But in every other version, I think he has actual hands. And I'm not sure if we're going to ever draw him again. What game would we draw him for if, like, where would he be relevant? Like, in 11 he has fingers, in the beginning of Mega Man 8 he has fingers. I don't think we'll include him in Mega Man 3, because if we're going to include a big ol' boss in the background, it's probably gonna be Gamma. So I think we'll give him the boxing mitts. I think we'll give him the boxing mitts. Okay, now's the tricky part. I feel like that pose works, but now's the tricky part. Because I just gotta be this ambitious. Because I just gotta be this ambitious. I can't... I ain't no bitch. We might have to tuck his leg in a little... you know what? It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Probably would come out to about here. That's a little off. Should I change the music to the Yellow Devil theme and we can see how long we can make it before it drives us completely bonkers? He's so stupid. Take a quick listen to the Yellow Devil theme throughout the ages. Fun fact, in the arcade game, they made him a completely unique theme. It's not a remix of anything. They just, like, legit made him a theme. And it's like, what the... What? Why'd you do that? Oh, come on, ads. Why would you do this to me? You're gonna give me a second ad, aren't you? Of course you are. I hate YouTube. I don't just have this music. And it's an unskippable ad at that, because of course it is. At least it wasn't a political ad. Yeah, that's right. I have a feeling going by the actual pattern is not going to make this very aesthetically pleasing, so we'll see how it works out. It might look horrible. Yeah, the powered up remix is really nice. Powered Up had a really nice soundtrack in general. Let's skip that one. Hey Caleb, how's it going? Yeah, I could have sworn they added another arc to this. Oh, you know what? It's on the Wily version. I think. Yeah, this isn't gonna make it as aesthetically pleasing as I was hoping. I mean, I guess that still works. What if we do that? I think that'll do. Alright, let's just... This doesn't have it either. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm thinking of a remix or something. There's a version of this that has like a complete different little arc to it. Oh, there it is. It's a little chiming in the background. It's a little bit more subtle than I remember it being. Let's bring up the arcade version, because I have a feeling most people have never heard this before. Oh, it would help if I spelled it correctly. There we go. I think... this might be a remix. No, this is the original. I just thought it was interesting that they just invented a new theme for him in the arcade version. Not version, game. Like, just use the Mega Man 3 version, it's fine. That one kicks ass. Twain the Titan. Oh, it's onboard graphics. That sucks. Yeah. That's a thing sometimes. Because I even thought of, like, well, just use your onboard graphics card for a while. Not all computers have onboard graphics cards. Especially nowadays. That was actually a problem with my desktop that died, like... Whenever I refer to having a desktop, the last desktop I had, it was a graduation present when I got out of high school. My mom was like, what do you want to do for your graduation present? I was like, let's build a new computer that'll last me a while. And it did last me like 10 years. Like, it lasted me a long time. But eventually, yeah, that's what happened, is like the graphics card died, and I was like, oh, there's no onboard graphics, so I'm just kind of fucked here. And then it got to when that happened, it was like, well, the computer's getting so old now that I'm gonna have to replace everything, because nothing's gonna be compatible. Yeah, like I said, most don't anymore. This one probably doesn't even have onboard graphics. Maybe they do, I don't know. What do I know? Have I ever recommended this soundtrack to you, Twain? This soundtrack's really fucking good. I recommend it to anybody. Like, it's Mega Man the Power Fighters is what the arcade game is called. It was actually done by the composer of the PlayStation Mega Man X games. Which I only recently learned. I was like, that makes sense. I can hear it. It's probably the closest we'll get to, like, official Mega Man X versions of these tracks. I actually have this soundtrack on CD. It's one of the few game soundtracks I have. One of the few CDs I have. I don't even have that many of those. I'm wondering if I should make him, like, a little goopy. In Mega Man 1, he's not particularly goopy, and in 3, he isn't either, but in, like, Powered Up, he's very goopy. Canonically, it makes sense. He's nanomachines, right? Like, that's how it works. You know, in that crazy Archie crossover they did, where the Mega Man and Sonic met, they, Eggman and Wily created a Yellow Devil out of perfect chaos. Like that thing from the end of Sonic Adventure. They just made a devil out of that. I was like, this is bonkers. How do you come up with this shit? Yeah, in Smash they tried to keep it very accurate to the original graphics. I didn't read any of the art. I read some of the Sonic comics when I was little, but I mostly just saw the occasional scan from the Mega Man ones. I never read them. I wanted to, because they did a lot of really cool shit in those, but... Man, why doesn't, like, YouTube's not just recommending me Power Fighters music, and I wish they were. I don't trust all of these to not have ads, otherwise I'd just grab a playlist. Let's dare. Let's dare do it anyway. I don't know if I necessarily want this because all the tracks are like a minute and a half long, and I'd rather it Have some good solid rips. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. For whatever reason, Crashman is not in Power Fighters. They decided to give Plantman Crashman's theme. I don't know why. Power Fighters had something against Mega Man 6 soundtrack, and I don't understand why. Every Robot Master from Mega Man 6 had their theme replaced with someone else's. I think there's only 2 of them, but still. Alright, I'm trusting you to not pitch ads at me right now, YouTube. I feel like the eye needs to be smaller, actually. I might need to move that around a little bit. Okay, let me see. Lee, how's it going? Welcome back, by the way. Maybe the eye doesn't need to be that big. That looks a little weird now. Or that small, rather. That might work. You know, we might have to... That seems like a good idea. Actually, let's do that. Why is there like 2.5 minutes of dead air at the end of the recording? Okay. No, go away. Guess we'll just go with this one instead then. And this has ads, so never mind. We're not gonna do that. Okay, never mind. Back to the Forces soundtrack. I should just, like, download that soundtrack at some point to have. Good example of why you couldn't, like... You couldn't, like, take song requests for streams like this, because it's just, people are gonna request a bunch of shit that have ads, and it just makes it complicated. Like how everyone can cook. Yeah, I get what you're saying. You ain't wrong. Doesn't mean everybody should, but everybody can. Like, that's the point of the movie, right? Unless you're not quoting the movie. I think that's like immediately less janky. The leg you're not gonna see anyway, so I'm not terribly worried about that. It's an issue you deal with creative stuff, is like, will anyone even like what I'm doing? Eventually you gotta find a way, like, clearly that's always important, but you have to be doing it for yourself and not necessarily for that reason. Okay, why on earth are finding sprites of this so difficult? There we go. Oh, they do have a little bit of a pattern on them. Okay. Gather me and you, it's the effort to try. Kiss your fears goodbye, no turning back. You and I are on the attack. Full speed ahead, running to the sunset. I might actually go with the Mega Man 11 style for the bricks. Where they're more like cube-shaped. Be the two of us are holding the key, it seems today. Before I say goodbye to you, one more last fist bump. Dun 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 dun. No, you have been afraid before, but you don't have to be anymore. No more emptiness on your inside. When we run together, no one can break up our stride. God damn, I can't believe how difficult it is to find a reference of what I'm looking for. I think we're gonna go for the... I think we're gonna go with the Mega Man 11 route. I think it'll overall look better. Hey Riley, how's it going? United after the fight. What we can do, you next to me and I'm next to you, pushing on through until the battle's won. It's a brand new day, we have turned the page, never knew how much I needed somebody to help me this way. Whoops. One more last face bump. It needs to be slightly smaller. Scoot back over here. I am? Kind of, yes. Sort of. Not really. I'm more just eyeballing it. Pun intended. I sometimes find that I could be doing this mathematically, but it probably wouldn't look as good, honestly. It would probably look very... Actually, this cube looks terrible. It would look very rigid. It would lose its hand-drawn style, I think. If I made it, like, perfectly mathematical. That one's gonna be hidden behind everybody anyway, so it doesn't really matter, but... Now, you may have noticed, this is actually based on the pattern from the game. It's a little backwards to make it work, but I still thought that might be interesting. Someone might be able to look at it and be like, oh yeah, that's like the actual pattern it goes in. Open up your eyes. But yeah, that's why I like counted it out the way I did. The important question is... I think that works. Yeah, I think that size works. We might want to reposition the eye like a slight bit. So we want it to be about that size. So now the question is how the fuck am I gonna ink this? Because inking it at that size is gonna be an absolute nightmare. So I think what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to, like, shrink it. Ink with thinner lines, and then blow it back up. Maybe. Do I? Maybe not. Maybe not. Let's... Hold on. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Back up. What if I just treat it as if I'm already zoomed out? Because if I were drawing this... If it was a normal size... I'd be inking around here. Now, ordinarily I use 8, which I don't think that's gonna look great. I do think it should potentially be thicker. Is that gonna look odd though? Is that gonna look odd that the lines are that thick compared to other characters? Oh, it's Final Judgment. Sorry, I'm very lost in thought, trying to figure out exactly how I want to do this. I think the obvious way to do it would be to shrink him down, do inking as normal, and then just blow it back up. But I'm worried that the lines being that thick is gonna look really weird. Another option is I could make the lines colored. Like, use a dark yellow for all the lines. Which will help him blend into the background a little bit more, I think. And if I do that, I think the lines being thicker isn't necessarily a bad thing. The thing that sucks is that changing the line width later is, like, not something I can do. I can't just come back and be like, oh, just make the lines thinner. So I kind of have to commit. Unless... I don't love this idea. We talked about this a couple weeks ago. I don't remember the context of why it came up, but this is an option. If I instead do the inking this way... If I do it like this, I actually can change the line width later. It might be kind of tedious to do it this way, is the thing. This is how I used to ink. Like, before I had a fancy tablet and everything. And I had to do it via mouse. I did it this way. So that's like normal line weight. So yeah, like I could change it here. This is actually the most nerve-wracking thing. Like this, trying to figure out how to do the inking. This is the part I've been concerned about. I think it looks a little weird having the lines be that thin when it's that big of a... Like, I think since he's big, the lines should be a little bit thicker, right? I can't figure out what looks aesthetically the best. And there's a potential problem with doing it this way, is sometimes that happens. I don't think I'm gonna be pleased with this. My gut says to shrink him, ink as normal, and then just blow it up. I'm just really concerned that if that looks bad, I'm gonna have to completely redo it. I am still gonna cheat for, like, the main curve here. A little bit. He's not really perfectly spherical, no. I think the more I'm looking at this, the more I'm thinking that the colored lines might be the way to go. Hey Wally, how's it going? Ooh. So do you actually record your verses in any way, Riley, or are you just writing them? I'd assume someday you want to be able to start recording them, right? Just might not have the means to do it right now. Do you have a rapper name yet? The hell? Do you have a rapper name yet, and why is it Therapist Gengar? I wonder if Pokemon would take, like, a huge issue with that. Rylus the Wrathless. There's another one. That's almost more fitting because you spit hot fire, right? Right in the faces of the haters. Yeah, I question how much they would take issue with that. Because there are, I mean, I guess you wouldn't be able to use the name itself. You'd be able to reference it. If it's an obvious reference, there's not a whole lot they can do about that, but you probably can't use, like, the actual name. Because there's plenty of bands that are named after Mega Man. All you have to do is, like, do it in a way where you're not using the actual trademarked name. I see the light of hope shining. Huh. Do I want to style the eye after Mega Man 1 or after Powered Up? Powered Up is slightly different. Since I see the light of hope shining in it all. Man, auto smoothing's not playing ball right now. You might have a lot of questions about exactly what I'm doing here, but I promise it'll all make sense in the end. No problem, Riley. We'll be here. Tornado Man, how's it going, by the way? Welcome to the stream. I think we're gonna be more elaborate with shading here just to play it safe. Alright, usual light source up there. smells and tastes like Play-Doh. Well... Also, hey Light Warrior, how's it going? I think you got here a little bit ago, actually. I just got sidetracked and never said hello. I've been pretty laser focused on this one because it's just required a lot of planning and thought. Whenever I decide to do, like, instead of the black outlines, like colored outlines, it immediately just requires way more thought than anything else. It's not a huge fan of doing so as a result. Hopefully it will all just pan out well in the end. Man, my hand is really unsteady tonight, and I don't know why. A StarCraft thing? How so? I can't really think of anything that... It's been a long time since I played StarCraft, though. Well, either or. Although I never played all of StarCraft 2. Okay. Let's make some magic. Yeah, I only played the Terran campaign in StarCraft 2. I never got around to playing the others. It's kind of wonky. Hold on. Played the life out of StarCraft 2. It was always one of those games where I didn't want to spend money to actually get it because I'm not a very competitive player, so I had no interest in playing it online. I only wanted to play the campaign. So it's kind of like, well, I'm not going to spend all that money on it to never play it online. That seems ridiculous. Then I kept saying, "Oh, I'll wait for it to go on sale, and then I'll check it out, and I'll play through the campaign." And that just never happened. Whoops. Oh, that's too dark. Yeah, that's too dark. I should have gone with my gut there. That's not bad. Not blur. Holy shit. What's wrong with you? You can't even really see the fact that he's still assembling, but whatever. We're probably still gonna rearrange characters quite a bit, so that could change later. That actually didn't take as long as I expected it to. It was about 2 hours. I was expecting that to take at least 3. Like, I was expecting that to be a very large ordeal. Mostly because I expected it to not go well. And then I was gonna have to, like, redo a lot of it. I think my only gripe is that you really can't tell that he's actually still in the process of assembling, but... Like I said, I think we're still gonna move characters around a little bit, so that could change. I could just make him larger, too. But we'll see where it... We'll see how it pans out. Yeah, my gut says to make him, like, whoa, maybe not that much larger. That might help matters. Oh, let's go in real quick. None of those turned out the way I wanted them to. That one's fine, I think. Yeah, I was the type that really only liked playing against AI, personally. But even then, I couldn't justify buying the game at full price. Especially around the time it came out. Like, I just didn't have as much money. Like, I still don't have money to throw around. That's not the... It's not accurate at all, but... I would be able to justify it more today than I was able to back then. If I recall correctly, when it first came out, my computer could barely run it. I think I had to use someone else's computer to play the campaign. Okay. We still have so much to do. We still have so much to do. I mean, the good news is that didn't take as long as I expected it to, so we still got plenty of time. Google image search needs to fix their shit. It does this annoying thing now where if the image is like too tall, it crops it. Oh no, apparently that is just... There's no way that's just intentionally cropped. Yeah, no, that's... Google image search being stupid. Bum, 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 bum. Is there really no... Okay, fine. I'll work for it. Jeez. That's what I want. There we go. They redesigned him a bit in Power. You guys don't even know what I'm looking at. They redesigned this enemy a bit in Powered Up, and I don't know if I want to go with the Powered Up design or if I want to go with the normal design, or kind of mix and match. I think I might go with the Powered Up design. Hey, Paul. Oops, not that far in. There we go. Maybe I don't like the one design. Maybe let's go with the Powered Up design, rather. I think that size is just about right, actually. So we're probably going to do that thing where we're going to sketch this out, and then we're going to take a short break. Those are a little imbalanced, so we're gonna come back to those. Okay. Yeah, real quick break. I just want to grab a drink. It will not be long. And then we'll continue. I wasn't even planning on doing this guy tonight, to be honest. It just kind of felt right. So, I guess I wanted to add something else, like, kind of bigger to the background. We might fix Oil Man after this. I'm glad that the Yellow Devil didn't take as long as I expected, because that means we'll be able to get a lot more done tonight than I was planning. I was really planning on that taking like half of the stream, because I just expected it to go poorly, and then, yeah, just, there were gonna be problems, so I'm glad that didn't happen. Yeah, so like I said, I won't be long. I just want to grab a drink. I'm not even gonna... I actually meant to mention yesterday. Yesterday was the last appearance of Team Galactic Battle for the break screen, because by the time we get back from the break, it'll be October and we'll have new music. So, because we won't get the break screen at all tonight, we'll just leave this up. But yeah, stretch break. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. You probably hear me messing around because I didn't turn the mic off. Forgot to do pixels. Let's do that really quick. And we also have 10 likes, so let's do pixels for that real quick too. I'm gonna try and put some serious thought into pixel redemption stuff. I talked about that a little bit yesterday, about some various ideas I want to try. Yeah, that can be weird. I often try to mimic the style of, like, the character that I'm drawing. Like, I'm not one to just be like, I'm just gonna draw him in my style. Like, I try to imitate the original style, and if the original style is, like, kinda not great, it can be odd. I think I've talked about this before, but Sonic Force's soundtrack is like very interesting because it's like it almost defies genre. I couldn't. Most Sonic soundtracks I can say they're supposed to be rock soundtracks, but like this is like all over the goddamn place, and it's in a very interesting way. It's got rock elements, but it also has some pop elements, but it also has like some trance and like some hip hop, and it's everything all at once. Yeah, F-Zero GX had a pretty good soundtrack, from what I remember. And yeah, Paul, I am very fortunate. Not very fortunate that it tends to not pay very well, but aside from that... I'd say that's the only thing that's missing, is I wish it could make a quote-unquote normal salary. But it also does enough that I can still enjoy it without feeling like that's a hindrance. Also, all the tracks in F-Zero GX and 64 have really weird names, which is fun. I haven't seen the F-Zero anime, no. I don't know anything about it. Like, is it a full series? But yeah, that's why I try to focus on, like, I don't want and a lot of streamers feel this way. I don't want viewers to feel like that if they can't donate or show financial support in some way that they're unappreciated. Like, I never want anyone to feel that way, because even the people that can't financially support, sure, it helps, but without any kind of viewer, we can't do what we do, so... And anyone being here still helps the algorithm, which may attract the people that will drop money. I do wish that YouTube was a little bit more like Twitch, because Twitch has ways that you can show your support without having money, basically. Like, which is nice.
Show the world what we can do. You're next to me and I'm next to you. Pushing on through until the battle's won. No one's gonna give a thing to us. Into each other we put our trust. Standing united after the fight. It's a brand new day. We have turned the page. Never knew how much I needed somebody to help me this way. All alone we'll never be. The two of us are holding the key. We've seen today Listen. One more last fist bump.
It's like Batman, but with space racing. I could see that, honestly.
Turn the page. Never knew how much I needed somebody to help me this way.
Because, like, Captain Falcon's not, like, a good guy, right? He's not, like, a hero. He's a bounty hunter. Which is interesting, because in the Metroid games, you don't get to play... Like, Samus is a bounty hunter too, but that's not, like, the point of the game, right? The game isn't hunting bounties. But that's absolutely what F-Zero GX was about. Like, the campaign in that you were a bounty hunter. That's why I always thought that F-Zero would make a very good open-world game. Like... A Grand Theft Auto style game, I feel like it would actually work super well. Told us the streamer that you sponsor and mod for that Batman is Joker? Took away your mod and won't talk to you? What do you mean? What did you mean by that Batman is Joker? I don't follow. I mean, I know that they deal with that theme in some of the cartoons and stuff, that, like, they're similar. Like, they're both damaged people, right? Just different sides of the coin. Why did they take away mod and they won't talk to you anymore? It sounds like they were all like they. It sounds like this person's a little unhinged, if I'm gonna be honest. To act that extreme over saying something like that. Oh, I see what you're saying. Split personalities. It's an interesting theory, because... yeah, that's why he, like, can't die. In one of the games, he quote-unquote dies, and then he's just in Bruce's mind, just fucking with him, so it makes a lot of sense. Why? That's such an immature way to respond to something like that. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little curious to know who the streamer is, and I don't expect you to say it here, and please don't, as a matter of fact, because it would make it awkward, but there's a small part of me that's like, yo, message me on Discord and tell me who this person is, because... Oh, I guess because I suspect I know who it is. Yes, Volpe, it's you. You don't stream! No, it's not you. Oh, you don't think I know who it is? Because there is a streamer that we both watched at one point, I think, who was a smaller streamer that I had a falling out with too, so I was curious if it was them. Could have been, because you were kind of like... You kind of disappeared from YouTube for a while, right? For like a couple months, and I feel like that might have been when I was watching them, so... It just sounds like them, let me put it that way. And yeah, it doesn't sound like you were trying to fuck with them or anything. It sounded like they were just... They're unhinged, and they lost their shit over something that they really shouldn't have lost their shit over. Now, I will say, I think theories like that are fun, but I also think that they should be taken just as theories. So, if it came down to push to shove and, like, they were like, no, that's not true, and you were like, yes, it is true, as if it was actual factual canon that that's what it was, then maybe I could see why there was a disagreement. But if you were just saying, like, oh, this is a theory, I don't see that getting that upset over it seems really ridiculous. But if it wasn't presented as a theory, I suppose I can understand what went wrong. Because to be blunt, sometimes people find theories they like and then they get their heads really far up the ass of that theory and they act like it's just truth, and that can upset people. Now, see, I don't like that idea. I guess this is kind of a spoiler, but it's a spoiler for a very old movie. So... It shouldn't be that big of a deal, but I don't like the idea of it all being in his head. Like, all of it. That seems... Blah. I don't care for theories like that, personally. If it's, like... Fight Club... then I think that's interesting. Whereas there's two people that exist, and then that turns out to be like what the like. Oh, it actually isn't two people that exist. That's interesting, I think. The theory of it all being in his head, just like the Pokemon anime theory. Like, oh, Ash has been in a coma and it's all in his head. Who fucking cares? That doesn't add anything to the overall story. That's my issue there. Like, the concept of him being bipolar, having split personalities, and he's actually two people at once, is very interesting. Because that adds a lot to the dynamic between those characters, and it adds a lot to the dynamic of what the fuck is happening in that city. But if it's all just in his head, who cares? That doesn't add anything to the story. You know what I mean? Because literally anything could be made into that. That's another thing. Like, it doesn't even have anything to do with the story. You could say that about literally anything. You could say at the end of the first Avengers movie that Tony didn't survive going through the black hole, through the portal thing, and that he died, and that the rest of it was all in his head. Like, you could say that, and you could just be like, oh, that's a theory now, but is it? That doesn't add anything to the narrative at all. So it's kind of like, well, who fucking cares? Like, that doesn't change anything. Doesn't add any interesting twists or provoking thoughts of like, oh, because if none of it was real, then who cares? If none of it's real, there's no consequences, I guess is what I'm getting at. If you drop something like that, it suddenly makes nothing matter, because then you're like, well, then none of it's real, so nothing has consequences, nothing matters. So yeah, I tend to not like theories like that, but I think the one that Paul presented, I think that's interesting. Because there's still consequences. There's still a very real city that is suffering from the actions of this one question mark person. That's interesting. If it's in his head, who cares? It's a make-believe city at that point, and there's no consequences, none of it matters. The city could literally burn to the ground, and it doesn't matter. That was like I said, it's something I never liked about the Pokemon theory. About, like, oh, Ash has just been in a coma, that's why he doesn't age. And that's why Pokemon are fucking weird. And that's why they get weirder over time. But it's like, it doesn't matter. That doesn't add anything to it. It's too big brain. Does that make sense? It's trying to find something where there is nothing, and just being like, well, what if it's so cliche. It's so easy to just be like, well, then what if none of it's real? Let's look at Inception, because that's the concept of that movie, right? Is that they're in dreams, dreams within dreams, yada yada yada. On its own, that's not interesting. They had to find a way to add a consequence to that concept. And then they layered multiple consequences. Multiple things that could go wrong, and that's what makes it an engaging concept. I think that's what bothers me about Zelda timelines, is none of it matters. Because there's not an overarching story, right? So, who cares? It doesn't add anything to anything. It just exists for a thing for people to talk about, but it doesn't actually add anything to anything. Yeah, that's not a theory, that's canon. A lot of, I mean, not all ghost Pokemon, I don't think, but a lot of them are, like, actually dead people. There's that little tree stump in, I think, X and Y, that's like a dead child that got lost in the woods or something. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff like that. Yeah, that's not a theory. That's legit. They don't talk about it a lot. You really have to dig into the Pokédex to, like, get that stuff.
Bum 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 ba-da-dum bum 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 ba-da-dum bum 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 ba-da-dum bum 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 ba-da-dum bum.
Yeah, there are a lot of Pokemon that are super dark. It's just you really have to, like, look for it. It's not very... It's not at the forefront. Beware hugs its trainers so hard that it kills them. Like, that's a thing. Fucking Beware is more terrifying than fucking Five Nights at Freddy's, in my opinion.
Do, 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 do,
I don't know, like I said, I don't like theories that are pointless. I remember, I think it was before Infinity War came out, I read a theory about, like, this is the reason why Thanos waited so long to attack, and I read it and I was like, this doesn't... The theory was like, oh, because he was waiting for Odin, Ego, and the Ancient One to be dead, because those were the only ones that could stop him, and I was like, what? No! That's a coincidence! He launched the attack when he did, because fucking Nebula is stupid. And tried to go attack him, and then when she got captured, that's when he found out that they actually did know where the Soul Stone was. Bam! He knew where the last stone was, attack is on. Like, that's all there was to it, and... That's another thing, when people try to theorize about stuff that, like, is explained. There's a Dex entry, too, that says, like, if you puncture a Drifloon, it, like, is the most soul-shattering sound you've ever heard, or something. There's a bunch of really silly ones where I'm like, dude. One of the games explains that, like, if Metapod's shell breaks, its internal organs spill out. It's like, oh, okay. Family-friendly. Family-friendly. Back in our day, animation was innocent. Sure it was. We just weren't as stupid. We didn't watch cartoons and say, I'm gonna drop an anvil on my friend. That should be fine, right? Like, we were just smarter, and we were like, okay, yeah, that's clearly... I feel like cartoons respected your intelligence more when we were little. That's why it's so funny that Eddie Valiant's brother died because a cartoon dropped a piano on his head. It's like, that's not funny, but it's also like... Oh yeah, that's a thing cartoon characters do, but holy shit, that could actually kill a person. Like, that's a reminder of like, oh yeah, don't do this. Back then, they instead highlighted it in a way that made you go, oh yeah, Like, it reminded you that that it's not reality, without coming right out and saying,
violence is bad.
it's like people forgot what the definition of slapstick was. I remember I used to laugh myself to tears as a kid watching Wile E. Coyote cartoons. Like, that shit used to crack me up. They do not make them like that anymore. I like have a very vivid memory actually of like being a kid and watching Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner cartoons, and my mom actually had to ask me if I was okay because I was laughing so hard. And, like, I actually have a vivid memory of that. I wonder if she remembers that. I remember watching Tom and Jerry, but it's not like I don't have nostalgia for it. Does that make sense? Like, yeah, I remember watching it, but I'm not like, oh man, I loved those fucking cartoons. Like, it's just kind of a whatever to me. I'm like, yeah, it was a thing, I guess. Take them out. This is justice, this is what's right. Excuse me. I only remember that there was that weird Tom and Jerry movie where they could talk. Like, that's like my only memory. Yeah, maybe that was it. Maybe I saw the movie and it was just all over after that. Like, I was like, well, this doesn't exist anymore, I guess. I don't even remember the voices. I just remember that it existed. And it was so goofy because they both just randomly start talking and then look at each other and are like, "Hey, you can talk?" Like, it's so weird. It just doesn't make any sense. Man, it's crazy that, like, all of these cartoons, like, tried to make the jump to movie format, and they did it in very different, yet still very weird ways. Tom and Jerry, they were like, well, let's just have the characters talk. Bugs Bunny, they were like, what if we pair him up with Michael Jordan? Like, what? I think anime translates to movies better because animes are already very focused on story, whereas a lot of cartoons from, like, my childhood didn't focus on a consistent story. So they just didn't translate to movies as well. In fact, I can't really think of any cartoons that told, like, a consistent story. And I'm sure they exist. Well, no, there was a lot of them. I just didn't watch them. Because, like, the Marvel cartoon, like what X-Men Evolution or whatever it was called? I think that came out when I was, like, in high school. But that, like, that told a story. But I think the first, like, major one I watched that had a consistent story was The Last Airbender. Before that, like, all the stuff from my childhood, they didn't tell a story. Each episode was, like, self-contained. The issue with that, Paul, is, like, and I've kind of talked about this before, if you try to look for stuff like that, you're gonna find it even if it doesn't exist. So looking for stuff like that, or even looking for people that have seen stuff like that, like, a lot of the time people are, like, looking for reasons for it to be offensive. Yeah, you gotta be careful with that mindset, because I've seen some pretty ridiculous things people have said, and I'm like, that's not true at all. You're just inventing that, and because you want to be offended. Case in point, I don't think a lot of people are saying this, but I saw one person saying it, which was enough to piss me off. They recently revealed they're making this next Hyrule Warriors, right? That's based on Breath of the Wild. And at Tokyo Game Show, they revealed Impa's design, like when she was young, and she's gonna be playable and everything. I actually saw somebody get upset because, quote unquote, they whitewashed Impa. I don't know how much you guys know about Impa in Zelda games, but that's complete batshit insanity. Because they either had to be joking, or they were looking for a reason to it for it to be offensive. Because no? She had a tan once. Once. She's a different character in every game. In Skyward Sword, she had a very dark tan. That was about it. So it's like, what? You can't just act like that's the new standard, and if they change it, it's wrong. Like, what about the game where she was obese? We're just gonna ignore that one and be like, or we could point it out and be like, oh, they're thin-washing Impa, or whatever the fuck. That's stupid! That's stupid! It's not like they took Ganondorf and made him white. That's a problem. I agree. That would be a problem. But Impa changes in every goddamn game. You can't do that. That's someone looking for a reason to be offended. Or, like you said, they were joking. And that's a very unhealthy mindset. Because at that point, you're never going to be happy with anything. Really. You're just always going to be like, this is wrong. And what a way to live. Like, what a way to live. I think it was in... Was it in the Oracles games? That Impa was like this big fat lady? I think. But yeah, it's like... She was also a twig in Skyward Sword. Are we just gonna be upset that the the one in Breath of the Wild, like, has a figure, like, they're all different. That's insanity to me. It's absolute insanity. And yeah, I'm trying not to, like, latch on to that one too much, because it was one person. Maybe it was one person that said it and everybody was like, shut the fuck up, and then they shut the fuck up and moved on with their lives. But I was like, I don't remember what night it was that I saw that. I legit wanted to cancel my stream because I saw it and I was like in such a bad mood. I was like, I can't fucking believe people, and I was like, I don't feel like dealing with anyone tonight because that's how agitated this makes me. But it's like, I feel like that's a perfect example of that you can't look for things to be offensive, or you're just gonna constantly be unhappy. And that's no way to live. I'm always constantly reminded, and I've talked about this before, you guys might remember this. Back when Mario Kart 8 came out on Wii U, I don't remember what website it was. Some website made an article criticizing Mario Kart 8 for not having enough diversity in the cast. And at first I was like, yeah, there's too many goddamn Koopas and too many babies, and you're right, there's not enough diversity. But no, they were mad that there were no black characters in Mario Kart 8. And I was like, what? You're joking, right? Like, I was like, I get it to a point, but it's also the Mushroom Kingdom, guys. Like, come on. Like, that doesn't make any sense. You wouldn't look at Lord of the Rings and say, why are there no black orcs? You wouldn't do, because that's insane. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Some people, Mr. Wayne, just want to see the world burn. I think that's something that's just kind of shitty about, like, the whole social justice culture is, like, I think most of them just don't want to be happy. Therefore, why are they complaining for things to be changed when they can't be pleased? They will just forever be unhappy. So maybe you should stop? What's the point of saying, hey, make me happy if you're never gonna be happy? Anyway.
Together, me and you, don't be afraid to try. Kiss your fears goodbye, no turning back. You and I are on the attack, full speed ahead.
Mushroom Kingdom has, like, 4 human characters in it. Like, come on. And then I think Wario's, like, an imp or something. Like, I don't even think he's human. So, what? You got mushrooms and lizards and monkeys and, like... and turtle bulldogs. How can you just be, like, it doesn't make it, it literally warped my mind when I read that article. I was like, is this guy for fucking real? And here's the thing, I get it. I get that people like feeling represented. I understand that concept. Like, I get it. But the answer will never be, hey, add a character of this diversity to your game or to your movie or whatever. It's much better to let those characters exist and be, like, exist because they're a character and not exist to fill a diversity quota. That's not the correct way to make a character. Like Birdo. Birdo's great. Birdo just exists, and then later, it eventually came around where they were like, oh yeah, Birdo's transgender. And that just kind of... She just exists. As a character. She doesn't exist to fill that quota. If she did, it would be terrible. Because then you'd just be like, the only reason this character exists is to be this token character. And that's not how you create characters. That's a disrespectful way to create diversity, in my opinion. So if they just said, fine, we're gonna add a 5th Mario, and he's gonna be black. Fucking why? Other than filling the diversity quota. And that's the only reason that character would exist? Would black people actually be excited about a character like that? Like, would that actually make them say, this is super cool, I'm glad they're doing this? I feel like it wouldn't. But maybe, what do I know? I'm glad I roughed out this shading in advance, because this is driving me crazy. I'm sorry, I was too busy with the rant to sing along with that fist bump. We'll get the next one. For anyone who cares, I guess. This was when Mario Kart 8 first came out. So there weren't Inklings in it yet. I'm talking about the Wii U version. There were Miis, but to be honest, if they were to say Miis don't count, I would probably say, yeah, you're right. But on the other hand... That's true, Paul. Yeah, people who fight for stuff like that, there are bigger issues at hand. Now, if a game is really grounded in reality, I think it's important. But if it's not, if it's a game grounded in fantasy, I think, yeah, you got bigger battles to fight. And Funny Monkey, by the way, welcome to the stream. And Riley, welcome back. But then to your point, Light Warrior, I once heard somebody complain that there are no black characters in Super Smash Bros. And I was like, what, is Ganondorf just not good enough for you? Like, I get it. I'm not saying that one is enough. I'm not saying that. But to ignore the ones that do exist is completely insane. View and I have talked about this before. About how when Black Panther came out, people were like, oh, finally there's a black superhero. And it's like, what about all of the other ones? Do those just not count? What about War Machine and Falcon? And those just aren't good enough for you? It's like, yeah, I get it. One isn't enough. Like, it shouldn't, they shouldn't look at it as we have one, that's enough. I get it. They shouldn't. But on the other hand, you can't ignore what already exists and pretend that it's not there. That's dumb. That's just another another step in the thought process of you just want to be unhappy, and you're never actually going to be happy. Therefore, stop bitching, because no one's ever gonna fix your problem. Okay. Okay, that's fine, I guess. Let's look at it from the Mega Man perspective, where they put... Splash Woman exists now, and she's the only female Robot Master. She exists to be the only female Robot Master. I think Splash Woman's great, don't get me wrong. I like her design, I like the concept, but I feel like she exists just so they can be like, there, we have one. And it's like, but... Wrong reason. I would have preferred it if Hornet Man was still the female one. Because originally that was going to be the case. It was going to be Honey Woman instead of Hornet Man. And it was going to be Splash Man instead of Splash Woman. And they changed their mind. I think Honey Woman was a better idea, personally. Because she just existed. There was nothing about it that was like, oh, of course they had to go with a woman. Like, they went with it for Splash Woman because they were like, well, she's a mermaid. And no one likes mermen, so we're just gonna... I guess she has to be a woman. That's the wrong thought. That's a wrong line of thought. Technically, any of them could be women. But they instead were looking at it as, which one makes sense to be a woman? Do you look at the others and ask which ones make sense to be men? No? Then why? Then you shouldn't question it the other way either. It's stupid. You didn't look at Magma Man and say, okay, does it make sense for him to be a man? No, they never did that. And the worst thing is that they admitted to it. Like, that might be the worst part, is they admit to that's how they did it. And doesn't that terrify you about the concept of a black Robot Master? Or an Asian Robot Master? Or a Hispanic Robot Master? Doesn't that terrify you that that they could potentially sit down and say it has to make sense for them to be of that ethnicity, which is stupid. And it could potentially lead to those designs being tremendously racist. It's a bit of a problem. Anyway, let's get the fuck off this subject. Hey, Lan, how's it going?
bum 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 bum. Don't get me wrong, I'm not scolding anyone for that, because I was kind of the one that was on the rant there. I kept it on that subject, no one else. I'll just wrap it up by saying I think if you want diversity in your cast, the best way to do it is to just let them exist and don't celebrate it, don't add them, and then hold a big press event where you're like, hey, we got a gay character. It's like, no, just let them be a character and let that be another element of their character. I think that's the correct way to do it. I think if you celebrate it, it just kind of comes off as pandery. Just let it exist and then let the community celebrate it. Celebrating it openly as a company only looks like you're patting yourself on the back, which isn't great. That's just like... what's an example? Like I said, that's just the company saying, hey, look, we did it. Aren't you proud of us? No, I'll be proud if it's a good character. And you just allow it to exist on its own. I feel like... okay, last comment on this, I promise. I feel like Tracer from Overwatch was a very good example of how to do it correctly. They just let that character exist as the poster child for Overwatch, and then, like, 2 years later, they just casually revealed that she's gay in, like, a comic or something. They didn't do anything crazy. They weren't, like... they didn't come right out of the gate and say, the poster child for our new game is gay. They just let her exist as a character, they let the community like her, and then eventually they were like, by the way, she has a girlfriend. And it was not a big deal. They were just kind of like, that's a thing. And then they just let the community take that and be like, cool. And then they were, the community on their own was like, we're going to celebrate this because this is neat. I think that's the right way to do it. Now, some people might say it's shitty that they didn't make more of a fuss about it, that it was kind of inside media that they revealed it. It's like, yeah, okay, to a point, I get what you're saying. Because you can kind of feel like, I wouldn't blame you for thinking that they kind of hid it. So, like, yeah, I get that. On the other hand, Disney on more than one occasion has come out and held a press release and been like, oh yeah, there's a gay character in this movie. And it's like, really? Did you really have to announce that? That flies in the face of social acceptance. Like, I think. A little bit. Because you're not just letting them exist and treating them like they're normal. You're treating them like they're something special. And I think most of them don't want to be treated like they're special. They just want to be treated like they're
like they're everybody else, right? Isn't that how it's supposed to go? That's how what I always thought it was supposed to be. Until social justice warriors became a thing, and now it's flipped, I guess. Alright, I do gotta drop, or like minimize chat real briefly while I'm doing colors. Man, that's really trippy, isn't it? I shouldn't do that too much. That, like, freaks my eyes out. Freaks my eyes right out. Actually, I can still bring chat up. I'm dumb. Okay, let's see. There's a highlight on this area here. Why? It seems a little odd, but okie dokie. That's too dark. Yeah, we'll go with that. Oh, your stream crashed? I don't think... I haven't seen any issues. So probably just needs a refresh. Like, pro tip, 9 times out of 10, it's probably just something you have to refresh really quick. Well, depending on the streamer. I've definitely seen some streamers that just constantly have, like, their stream crashing. So sometimes it is on their end, but... That's not right. It's actually...
That'll work. That'll work, I think. Okay. Do I want to take a quick break?
I'm gonna drop one of those in right quick. That won't take long.
Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun.
Trying to figure out what's next. So maybe I should take a quick break to try and get my wits about me there.
Bum ba-dum bum bum.
Yeah, he's happy.
Bum ba bum bum bum. Bum ba dum bum bum. Bum ba dum dum bum. Bum ba dum bum bum.
Yeah, he's got one job, and he's doing it. I want to drop a Susie in somewhere, but I'm not sure where. I was gonna do that really quick, but I'm really not sure where I want to put it, so... I think we're gonna hold off on that for a minute. I think it's gonna go back here. But we've also got a little bit more space over here. But we should probably just kind of spread everybody out in general, to be honest. But let's... We got one more major character we gotta fit in here. I think we're gonna do that first. Because a lot of the other characters... and then we'll start rearranging and see what we're dealing with. Alright, let me put this in like full preview mode for you guys before I step away for a moment. It's getting big enough that it doesn't fit on the screen. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna take a short break. I'm gonna take a short break, and still a lot to do tonight. Still a lot to do. We are 4 hours in already. But yeah, still a lot to do tonight. So yeah, stay tuned. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. And then we'll continue, so... Okay. Speaking of diversity. Yes, Sarah, that's what the big BRB in the corner means. That's what that's for. Whoops. First of all, we have to take all these off. The song is like criminal. It's so good, and it plays for like 20 seconds in the game. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. That is, no, those are not my initials. Those are. Which those weren't on screen at the time, to be fair. Hey Demonic, how's it going? Anyone that came in during the break, it's good to have you.
Everyone's gonna give a thing to us. Into each other we put our trust. Standing united. Be the two of us holding the key. It seems today. Let me see before I say goodbye to you.
I am not liking this pose so far. It's way too tall, first of all. I'm giving her like human proportions, which I shouldn't be. Could never be the two of us
holding the key, it seems today.
Boomo is the only thing that Yellow Devil knows how to say. And that was like our main objective of the night, was to get Yellow Devil added. That's not bad. That's not bad. I think we can work with that. It's too big, but... Whips. That's about right. Her head needs to be bigger, but that's okay. It's a pretty obscure reference, to be fair. Yellow Devil only talks in Powered Up, in the remake of the first game for PSP. Bum, 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 bum. You know what? I love this track, but I'm not in the mood for 5.5 minutes of it, so... Yeah, it's like a decent chain of tracks. Let's go with that.
I've never drawn this version of the character.
Kind of interesting. I think I've only ever drawn her in her Mega Man 8 attire. Haven't drawn her new design for 11 either, come to think of it.
Let me see. Let me see hairstyle, because there are like 2 different styles that they use. Bum bum ba-dum bum. Bum bum ba-dum bum bum. Bum 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 ba-dum dum. Bum bum ba-dum. I guess I should go as classic as possible. I could go with like the slightly modernized version they use for like complete works, but maybe I shouldn't, even though I like it. Yeah, we'll go for that. I think that's the one. I think that's the one. Do do do. Do 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 do.
I'm actually not really holding out for them making her playable again. I'm fine with, like, get Proto Man in there. Mostly because she has that weird melee playstyle, and I don't really care for it, personally. Unless they try to come up with something new.
Bum ba dum bum 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 ba dum ba dum bum 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 bum
Oh wait, she does have the...
What is wrong? Well, she's designed to look like she's like 10, just like Mega Man is. So, I guess she falls into that stupid anime category of, well, she's a robot, so she doesn't really have an age. But on the other hand, she's designed to look like she's 10. Is that an acceptable answer?
They got to rein in those, what do you call these? What do the...
I mean, I guess guys could have longer hair with these too, but they're not like sideburn. Like you wouldn't call them like sideburns, right? Side bangs? I don't fucking know. They're too long though. I actually have to put that on the layout somewhere, because I'm sure a lot of people wonder that question. Oh, I use Adobe Animate. Yeah, it used to be Flash. Now they call it Animate. It's not as, like, Flash Player's dead, but this software isn't dead. They just added, like... They didn't just add this, but they added... You can do other things than just stuff with Flash Player. It can do HTML5 now, which I imagine you probably don't know what that means, but it's still very much useful. And in fact, I think people use it for making, like, websites more than actual animation. I could be wrong on that. It is Flash. They just renamed it a couple years ago. It's the same software, though. So, no, you're right. It's just not called Flash anymore. I think she might be the only character we're actually going to draw with a neck. Imagine that. That's not right. We gave somebody else a neck too, I just don't remember who. Oilman, I think? I think I gave Oilman a neck. Mega Man characters typically don't have necks, though. Yeah, not in the more classic art style, for sure. Yellow Devil's power being hard to dodge. That's about it. He's he can shoot like energy blasts from his eye, but that's like not the most dangerous thing he can do.
It's mostly just that shit that he does in Smash Brothers. Like, if you've never played a Mega Man game or, like, happened to see that particular boss fight, he does, what he does in Smash Brothers is the exact same fucking thing he does in the game, except everything does ass loads of damage. And it's not quite as fast. They made him faster in Smash. But that's more or less what he does. He just goes from one side of the screen to the other, and you have to dodge all of his little blobs. He's basically nanotech. Technically, the only part of him that's actually a robot is the eye. I think. Might depend on the version. Because he also got the Green Devil in 8. And the Twin Devils in 9, and the Block Devil in 10, and Dark Moon in the Game Boy games. There's a bunch of them.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess he's technically a boss. I don't think you get a point for beating him, right? He just explodes. I don't remember. God, it's been so long since I've actually played with stage hazards on. Yeah, I think he's probably the most recurring boss, right? Not counting, like, enemies. He's in, like, 6 of the games or something like that. I was about to say, I wonder why they didn't put that stage in Ultimate. Fucking duh. Oh god. I mean, he was a cool boss. It sucks that, that they didn't keep him in any of the later games.
Forever.
Yeah, I don't know why they call it Yellow Devil, honestly. I remember when I was a kid, people called it the Rock Monster, and then later we found out that its name was Yellow Devil. And I was like, oh, okay. I mean, he's a notorious boss, so it makes sense. Like, really. Like, it's a very difficult boss, so I guess it makes sense on that regard. But I get you at the same time. That bothers me with, like, Eggman's stuff sometimes. Like, the Egg Dragoon doesn't look like a dragon in any way. Like, why is it called... I guess because it has wings and a tail. But it's also, like, super top-heavy, and it's like, I don't know. So why did he call it Dragoon? What is a Dragoon? Okay, I just broke myself. Moving on. She does not have, like, visible souls. You know what? This actually looks super off-model. Hold on. Let's back up a little bit here. I think I was trying a little bit too hard to, like, reshape her. Let's not. Let's go for on model here. Waiting for you. There's a reason I don't really draw her in this attire very often. At all. Like, at all.
Could be worse, like Yellow Man. That would probably, in fact, be worse. Yes. They're not called Dragoons in Final Fantasy VII. Cid's a Dragoon, like, character class, but they don't, like, refer... Same to how, like, Tifa's a monk, but they don't really they don't use that terminology within the game. I'd be curious if, like, the actual origin before that, though, because clearly they had to have designed that off of something. Might be something to research with my week off. Because fuck it, why not? Because then you got Magma Dragoon in X4, and he has nothing to do with any of that stuff. So it's like, okay, was he based... Are they all based on the same thing? Like... I don't really love that either.
Bum bum. I think in, like, Final Fantasy 1 or something, or maybe 2, the Dragoons are like, it's like a race of people, I think. I think that's a thing.
I vaguely remember that. And I forget what their deal is in Final Fantasy IX. We'd have to ask Twain. Okay, Adobe, you're funny.
Ugh.
I feel like I was on the right track before, and I dropped it now.
Bum 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 bum. Ooh. Okay, I can work with that. Final Fantasy lore is confusing, you're not wrong. Because every game is its own thing. That's why I choose to not care. Sometimes that's the answer. They made it worse in 8? How do you mean? Like, visually? Or functionally? Alright, I have to... I guess I can just... move. Never mind. Disregard. Oh, honestly, Volpe, it bugs the shit out of me that there aren't health meters in a lot of Final Fantasy games. Like, that fucking kills me. Not only the fact that there's no HP meter, but they don't tell you what your max HP is. So you just have a random number with no context of what it means. That drives me fucking crazy, so I totally understand what you're talking about. Although I didn't remember Final Fantasy VII having one either, to be fair. I don't know if I'm totally sold on this yet either.
I don't think I like that either. That's too scrunched. It's too scrunched. Can we just move it down and still have it work? Or is it gonna look weird? No, I think that's gonna look weird. Fuck these shoes, man! Like, they're terrible. Ugh. I could also make them more like 11s. I could just cheat. I might do that. That might be a pretty good idea, actually. That's kind of what I was doing the first time. So let's stick with that. That just makes them look like boots, and I don't like that either. Fuck. God damn it. There we go. I think we got it. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. I honestly didn't care for 6 that much, but I think it's a case of not aging very well. I think at the time it was probably spectacular. Well, I don't know. I always forget. Did 6 come out after Chrono Trigger? If so, fuck Final Fantasy 6. Chrono Trigger is way better. Like, in every way. If Chrono Trigger came out after, then it's kind of like, okay, yeah, maybe at the time it was, like, mind-blowing. But I think Chrono Trigger is just 100% better. Like, just objectively better. I think Chrono Trigger moved the RPG genre ahead, like, several years. And yet there are still games today that don't take advantage of the things that it innovated, which is infuriating. Chrono Trigger came out after. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. It was a year after. But, like I said, perhaps didn't age super well. I played Chrono Trigger when I was a kid, and I was fucking blown away by it. And then I played 6 a couple of years ago, and I was like, really? This is what people say is like one of the best in the franchise? Like, why? What's so great about it? It's in the pile with Final Fantasy X where I stopped playing it because I got bored. You can lay off the Final Fantasy 13 hate. Talvez isn't here to get pissed off about it. And I don't give a shit. Especially because I haven't played 2 of them. Actually, really want to play 13.3, but I don't know when I'll ever get around to it. I don't want to play 13.2, to be honest. I watched somebody play a lot of that game, and I was like, this looks fucking boring. Boring, and I don't give a shit about these characters. But maybe it was actually super fun to play. I don't fucking know. The problem with Chrono Trigger is they never re-release it, like, ever. Like, they should put it on Switch. Like, yeah, hopefully. You basically have to track down an old copy or settle for the shitty mobile and PC version. I've heard the PC version got better, but I know when it first came out, everyone was like, this is hot garbage. Because it was just a mobile version, and it didn't even have, like, proper controller support or anything. It was just the mobile version. I regret, I could be wrong on this. I think it was on the Wii's Virtual Console. And I regret not picking it up while I had the chance, because now you can't go back and get it. And I don't think they ever put it on the Wii U's. There's a lot of shit on the Wii Virtual Console that I regret. That Sonic 3 and Knuckles was on there too. That was like one of the only re-releases they ever made of that game. And you just can't get it. You just can't. It's just gone to the ages. But then who knows? Because fucking Scott Pilgrim's getting a re-release, so don't give up hope. Never give up hope. Hi, Scarlet. The cool thing is there's like 17 endings in Chrono Trigger too, so you only saw one of them. You could still play it and have, I mean, it's not like a huge branching story in like Detroit Become Human style or anything like that, but you could still get a completely different story, completely different ending. And yeah, I remember thinking that the DS version of Chrono Trigger was probably fantastic. Because it included all the cutscenes for the PlayStation version and shit. But I think even that's, like, very difficult to come by these days. I don't know, Square's weird in terms of stuff like that. Does she actually have pupils? Hold on. I mean, no one else does, so that doesn't make a ton of sense. No, she doesn't. Google image search is lying to me. Oh, it sounds like Scarlet is very far behind. And now she's going to attempt to change my mind on Final Fantasy VI. I don't know, I was bored. I was bored. I guess I wouldn't say it was bad, but it bored me, which is a bad thing to do. Let me put it that way. I think Twain's the one that has said sometimes being boring is like the worst thing, and it's like, yeah. Something seems off, and I'm not sure what it is. But I think it's just, it'll look better with color. Sometimes that's a thing with faces, is you add color and suddenly everything looks great. Okay, is this size still looking good? Let me double check. Hello? Yeah, I think it's alright. I think it's alright. By the way, Scarlet, here's what we have done so far tonight. Actually, I feel like I need to make the Big Eyes colors darker. Looks a little weird to me. It's too bright. That's easy enough to change though, so. You don't like the fighting system in 6? See, that was a lot of it for me, is I thought the combat was boring. And I've argued that it's identical to 7's, which people tend to disagree with, but I feel like conceptually it's basically the same battle system, except you use espers instead of materia. Which might be oversimplifying it, but what it boils down to is I was bored. and I was like, yeah, enough is enough. I got far, too. I played till, like, all the way till Act 2. When everyone gets separated, and that's when I got bored. I was like, okay, like, now I just don't care to go on. Hey Mike, how's it going? Or, sorry, Boomo! Boomo. Roll does not have a robot suit. That's never been a thing. Unless you count that weird super attack she has in Marvel vs. Capcom. Where she looks like a... I don't even know what she looks like. I can't even think of another version of Roll that has a robot suit. God, why do like I'm trying to find a good reference shot so I can be like, here's her original design. Why is there always got to be weird shit on Google image search? Why is there always got to be weird shit? So I have to be all fucking paranoid about like, okay, what am I fucking showing on stream right now? There. That's her Mega Man 1 design, which I'm, like, going a little off the rails on. I am doing a little bit of a redesign job here. Teeny bit. I'm kind of combining her powered-up design with it a little bit. There was a bad box art roll in Street Fighter Cross Tekken, wasn't there? Oh boy, now I gotta go look for that. Oh
I'm surprised you've never seen this, Mike. Hold on. Oh, there's got to be a bigger render of it than that. No? I guess that's what we're dealing with. Okay. Yeah, there's bad box art roll from Street Fighter Cross Tekken. And she was voiced by Jessie from the Pokemon anime, if I remember correctly. What a weird fucking game. I mean, I think most people have tried to forget about that game, so I guess I can't hold it against you. Did you watch Fully Charged, Mike? Bad box art Mega Man was in Fully Charged. And his name was Man Man. It was so stupid, but I loved it. He's like a do-it-yourself superhero. Well, now I gotta find that. Hey, guy, how's it going? It's even more ridiculous than I remember it being. It's held together with duct tape. Oh, that's amazing. And his Mega Buster is a spud gun. That show was magical. I actually really liked it. It was just fun. It was just fun and stupid, but still like not an offensive stupid. It was just silly stupid. It was good stuff. Uh-oh. You're messing with some bids that you had no intention of winning? What did you do? Also, Mike, I saw that the next season of, I think it's season 4 of The Good Places on Netflix. I'm totally watching that this coming week. Season 4 or 5, something like that. I don't know if you've seen it yet.
Bum, 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 bum.
Put a single bid down for an Xbox One X, had a couple hours of waiting for someone to outbid me, but it never happened. That sucks. Can you, like, back out? There has to be some way to do it, right? And I guess an important question is how much did you
wind up paying. Like, hopefully it wasn't too... Because if it wasn't that much, I guess you can just hold on to it and be like, Christmas present, I guess, for someone who will understand. Like, clearly you're not going to give it to, like, a kid or something, because they're going to think it's the new one, and they're going to be disappointed that it's not the new one, but you could probably still find someone that wants it. That's still a lot, honestly. That's a little uncomfortable. Also, Scarlet, it's been multiple seconds, so... I guess that's pretty good for, like, that's some good stuff for what you paid, I guess. I don't know. I don't know if I believe you. By the way, Volpe, did you figure out what you need to do in Final Fantasy VII, or are you still stuck? Oh, you did figure out what you have to do? Yeah, it might just be tricky to find somebody that actually wants it once the new one's out, I guess. Sorry, one of my fingernails was like grinding against my thumb weird as I was drawing, and it was bothering me, so I decided to finally do something about it instead of just sitting here and being in discomfort. Oh, but then you died? On the next boss. I guess you do gotta grind then. Are you level 64? You probably don't have to grind. You probably just have to figure out what to do against the boss. Isn't that around what level you'd be, like, at the end of the game? Oh, are you? You're just under-leveled? Huh. I guess I have no idea what part of the game you're at, so... Can't truthfully judge it. If Twain was here, he'd be spitting his tea out in disbelief. He's probably lurking. If I had to guess, he's probably playing Call of Duty and trying to let off steam about his computer giving him trouble. or actively researching what to do to fix it. Also, I don't know if Twain drinks tea. So... He may only drink goddamn tea. Shoutouts to Sid. Oh, you got a new cat? It keeps knocking everything over. I'm kind of glad mine doesn't really do that. My cat doesn't really play. She just kind of... She's more of a spectator. She just likes to sit in the window and watch life. You went to play so All-Stars and all of your controllers are dead, your wife plays Animal Crossing during the week and doesn't recharge them? That's crazy too, because like, Switch controllers have a lot more battery life than like PS4 controllers. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you guys remember, I lowered the intensity of the light on my PS4 controller. That actually did seem to improve battery life, because we didn't, like, at the end of the stream last night, I still had battery life to spare. And for a while there, it was dying before the end of the stream. So that actually does affect battery life. Pretty neat. But yeah, like my Switch Pro controller, I regularly just forget to charge it because it takes so goddamn long to die. What a world where we complain about things having too much battery life. The Wii Pro controller was like that too, where it had like 80 hours of battery life or some shit. Car trying to shove the microwave off the counter? I mean, I guess at least probably wasn't capable of doing that. Oh, can you just turn it off entirely? I like having it on, but I noticed in Avengers especially, that my battery was dying faster than usual. I think it's because there's a lot of rumble in that game. I also thought about just turning rumble off. Yes, this pains me because I'm gonna have to fill in the color of all of those little triangles individually, and I'm not happy about it, but what can you do? 30 hours for a gamepad's like really fucking good. Cloud needs to die, I don't like it. So you're not saying... It's not that you're unable to put him in the back row, it's that you don't think it's a good idea. Yeah, I think he's not saying that you can't put him in the back row. I think he's saying that he doesn't think it's a good idea to put them all in the back row. Maybe not. What do I know? Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, it doesn't seem like a great idea in theory. Because his damage is going to be fucking garbage, right? Typically only have magic users in the back row, I believe. Well, in some of the games, if you have like a ranged character that's using a bow, they can still get full damage from the back row too. You're still doing Buster Sword? Oh, why? Oh, man. I mean, more power to you, don't get me wrong, but...
What a waste.
Yeah. Depends on what color wine it was, though, right? There's a hot debate. Red wine versus white wine. A hot debate that, like, 3 of us can participate in. And when I say 3 of us, I mean, I don't have an opinion, so... It's more up to the remaining 2 of you. Although I can, unlike most alcohols, I can at least appreciate a good wine, but I also haven't tried enough for me to be able to say, like, one's just better than the other. Man, if you're gonna give me Arsenal Pyramid, at least give me Arsenal Pyramid 1. Exterior. Thank you very much. The criminal banger of the soundtrack. It's a way better track than it has any right being.
Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum.
Man, I was hoping to do a little bit more after this, but like my hand's not very steady tonight, and I'm like, auto smoothing's not playing ball, so it's not going super well. Yeah, I only ever have wine is like the only alcohol I ever have, and it's only ever with meals. And even then, it's incredibly rare.
Dun, 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 dun.
You know what? I think we're gonna leave
That out.
Bum, bum, ba, bum, 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 ba, da, ba, bum, ba, bum, 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 ba, 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 bum. Push me to victory, let's see what we can do. Together, me and you. Give me the break to try. Kiss your fears goodbye, no turning back. You and I are on the attack, full speed ahead. Running to the sunset, such a different feeling. Both of us believing we can make it better.
Together we can show the world what we can do. You are next to me and I'm next to you. Pushing on through until the battle's won. No one's gonna give nothing to us. Into each other we put our trust. Standing united after the fight. Alone we will never be. The two of us are holding the key. We sing today.
Before I say goodbye to you, one more last fist bump. You have been afraid before, but you don't have to be anymore. No one has to listen this time. Can't break up our stride, no turning back. You and I are on the attack, full speed ahead.
Such a different feeling. Both of us believing we can make it better. Together we can show the world what we can do. You are next to me and I'm next to you. Pushing on through until the battle's
No one's gonna give a thing to us. Into each other we don't trust. Standing united after the fight.
show the world what we can do. You are next to me and I'm next to you. Pushing on through
Until the battle's won. No one's gonna give a thing to us. Into each other we put our trust. Standing united.
after the fight. It's a brand new day. We have turned the page. Never knew how much I needed somebody to help me this way.
I still think everything's looking weird, but hopefully as soon as we add color, it'll be fine.
Two of us are holding the key.
Technically speaking, the banana's a berry? No shit. You remind me of how I played Final Fantasy VIII when I was a kid, Volpe. I had absolutely no idea how that game worked, but I didn't care. I still loved it. But now I look back and I'm like, holy shit.
I actually worry that if I try to play Final Fantasy VIII again, that I won't like it, solely because I'm gonna look too far into how the mechanics actually work, and that's gonna make me be like, oh, I actually don't like this game.
Watermelon is a vegetable? What? So why do they call it a fruit? That's the thing that bothers me, is like, how did these misconceptions become so common?
I mean, vegetables have seeds too. Fruits and vegetables have seeds. Also, hey Lily, how's it going? As you can see, chat is happening tonight. Alright, I gotta tab away for another second to check some shit here. No, hold on. I need to figure out how the hell I'm doing hair highlights and stuff. Nope, don't like it.
Sun is falling in the sky beyond. Light is fading from our world. The sun is falling in the sky beyond, and light is fading from our world. Now's the time of reckoning. The final battle has begun.
Okay. I'm back. Oh, you're having trouble sleeping? Sorry to hear that. I have trouble sleeping sometimes as well, so I definitely sympathize. Yeah, well, technically, flavor has nothing to do with the classification of fruit or vegetable, I don't think. I think that's how most people look at it, though. Hey, Coulter, how's it going? Yeah, thanks for stopping in. Hopefully the music isn't too hype and it doesn't keep you up even longer. I forgot that was a thing. For some reason, I don't know what this even does. For some reason, if you hold X, it overlays everything with a grid, and I don't know what the purpose of that is. Whoops. Yeah, you kids have the... I say this all the time, yeah. You kids have the entire collection of human knowledge at the tips of your fingers, but you do it... You use it for memes. But to be fair, with what you said, you can't point out a country on a map. I knew kids when I was in high school that couldn't point out the state they lived in on a map, so people were always stupid. It has nothing to do with.
There probably are adults that can't point out where this continent is, yeah. I'd say, like, to be fair on countries, there's a lot of fucking countries. There are countries I've never even heard of, so... Now, continents, that'd be a little bit more concerning. I think. No, I think spending, like, any time spent learning is good time. Like, I don't know. A lot of people... I ran about it a lot, where, like, people... I feel like people aren't curious anymore. I feel like we just talked about it last night. I feel like a lot of people are willingly unknowing. Like they don't care to learn things. They look at it as, if I don't know it, it must not be important. Which is, like, unhealthy, I think. Especially when, as Mike said, you can literally... If I had the camera on, I'd be pointing at my phone right now. You can literally look up anything you want to know. Like, you can just do it. You have that power in this day and age. And yeah, that's why I was 100% okay with them banning TikTok. Because I was like, it's just kids fucking memeing. You could be learning stuff with that time. I didn't even care what the reason was. I was like, yeah, get rid of it. Deal with people who, if they don't understand a word, they'll accuse you of making it up and lying to them. Is that kind of like the people who are like, we pronounce it this way in America? And you're like, but that's not how you pronounce that word. Kind of similar to that. Bassline's so fucking groovy, man. Hey, Alexander, how's it going? Do you say data or data? Data, I guess. I feel like both of them are right, though. Whenever somebody says it the other way, I'm not like, what the fuck did you just say? I feel like that's one of those accepted ones, for me at least. But I grew up with parents that watched Star Trek, so, you know. I heard it both ways constantly.
Boom, 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 boom.
How do you know where to add shadows? You're still having a hard time with it? Honestly, I'm not sure how to answer that. I'm not laughing at your question. I have no idea. I used to have a lot of trouble with it, and I just kind of figured it out eventually. And now I just kind of know how to do it. I don't really know how I do it. Like, paying close attention to your light source is very difficult. I used to be very bad at it. It took a lot of practice, I guess, for lack of a better way of putting it. Like, it just took a lot of me sitting down and saying, pay the fuck attention to your light source, and eventually I just hammered it into my head so hard that I don't have to think about it anymore. Now you'll notice on the bigger guys, I'll rough out the shadows first. I'll do a thing where I zoom out, and I'll do another layer, and I'll rough them in real good. And then I'll go in and do them, more fine-tuned. Sometimes I don't do that, sometimes I do. And that's because I don't trust myself. But yeah, I just have to try my damnedest to remember the light source is coming from over here. So everything has to be shaded from that angle. The main power IC for the SATA port is Friday. Yeah, what's a SATA? The funny thing is, it loops around, and now we don't even use SATA drives anymore, do we? Aren't those obsolete anyway? I might be wrong on that. But yeah, shading's just a lot of visualization, I guess. And when the parts are smaller, it's easier to do that, where I can just, look at an area, right there. I was able to look at that and say, that needs to be smoothed out a little bit. And then I can zoom in and I'm like, okay, well, now I know what I need to do. But yeah, it's something I used to have a lot of trouble with. I only started, I want to say it wasn't even 10 years ago that I started making a more conscious effort to pay attention to, light sources and stuff. Because I noticed myself, I was lighting things. It was like there was 50 light sources, none of it lined up at all. And then basically what you can do is you can look at each individual section and say, okay, so light source is up here. So we know that if it's a circle, then, well, we know that the light is hitting this side, so we're shading this side. And then you start with that, one shape at a time. And then you'll also be like, well, there's another shape up here, so we have to cast a shadow of that. Worry about that secondary. You gotta kind of it's all one step at a time. It's all one step at a time. For some people, technology is indistinguishable from magic, and they'll expect you to fix something by waving your hand. Yeah, and half of the time, we can. We just press the power button and then press it again and it's fixed. In terms of shading colors, Coulter, yes. Yes, I agree. You'll notice that I do that. I don't just make the colors darker. I blend them with purple, actually. Which we're about to get to, so don't blank, I guess. Yeah, I think we're good for that. I don't think she needs highlights. I think just her bangs need highlights. So I think we good. Alright, yeah, so I have this shading assist that I use. 2 different shades of purple. You can't really tell a difference here, but since it's on white. But, you'll notice over here that it's like ghosted, right? It's kind of like just layering the color on top. If I set that to blend multiply, you'll see it doesn't do that. It instead darkens all of the colors beneath it. Let me switch that back really quick. So let's do... skin tone. We're gonna fill skin tone in here. Hold on, hold that thought. I missed a couple, like, little shading details. So if I leave this the way it is, you can see, especially there, like how it just kind of ghosts the colors on top. If I change it to multiply, it instead darkens the color beneath it with those colors. So I use that to blend everything. I've found that typically, if you have a very potent potent light source, like say fire, you'd want to shade everything with reds. I've found that this particular shade of purple is kind of a nice neutral color that applies in most circumstances. Like, for the most part, it looks okay. Oh no. When was the last time I saved? Let me shut that off really quick. I'm pretty sure I just saved. So we should be fine. I always black it out when I'm reloading, because you never know when Flash is just gonna do something really wonky. Okay, yeah, I just saved, so we're fine. I saved right before we started the whole... Hey, let's talk about how shading works. That's fine. Thank God I'm paranoid about saving, and I save constantly. Does she have any other white on her? Guess that. Do I just want that? I guess that looks alright. We don't want it to be too light because we want it to be able to have a highlight, so. Or no. I was wrong. It's that there was something before Seda that we don't use anymore. That's what I was thinking of. I had it backwards. I was being a dumb. I don't know shit about hardware. Like, I'm just gonna throw that out there, so don't. If I ever sound like I think I know what I'm talking about with hardware, I guarantee you I don't think I know what I'm talking about. What a shocker! She has blue eyes. What a fucking shocker. Oh, doing it on paper, I wouldn't really worry about it as much, to be honest. And then I change it to add blending instead of multiply for the lighter tone for highlights. I think I mentioned this before, but I do it completely differently for like larger pieces, but I don't want this file to get that busy because it's already very busy. But ordinarily, if I was to do, what's a good example? I can't really think of a good example, actually. If I were doing a fuller piece, what I would actually do is all of the shading, that would have still been purple. That's why I fill it in with purple. Is ordinarily I do that, and then I duplicate the layer, and then I add the multiply to that layer instead. That way I can fill in the colors beneath it. I don't have to fill them all in individually. I can just drop this orange color in there, and it's just done. Hey, for those curious, we can actually... I should do that more often. Show the split at the end. Before I delete
delete them. I think I need to make her slightly less pale, believe it or not. Now that I'm like sitting back, I'm like, she's a little too pale, I think. Yeah, you actually got me thinking, Coulter. I like using the shading thing I use is basically a digital shortcut. Like, it's basically cheating. Like, because I wouldn't even know how to go about doing it on paper. I mean, I never really did color on paper. I just did, like, sketches of stuff. I never really finished anything on paper. Also, Paul, welcome back. You've reconnected the frameostatic capacitor to the maximizing modulationizer and reconfigure the gamma matrix in parallel for endothermic propulsion. I understood that. I see you successfully fooled Sarah into thinking that that was gibberish, but I understood that. And yeah, I mentioned that yesterday. These social cliques do not exist in the adult world. You should probably just come to terms with that. I think it's more fun to make her think that we're actually saying something. Uh-oh. I might be hanging around Mike too much. Alright. How are you fitting in here, girly? I feel like Iceman needs to move, because now it just looks like he's saluting Roll. But I'm not really sure where I would put him. What time is it? Do we still have time to fix Oilman tonight? I'd really like to do that, if I could. Yeah, Big Eye needs to be darker. Those colors are very bizarre to me. I wish I could find some shots of of them empowered up. Day.
the page. Never knew how much I needed somebody to help me this way. Two of us are holding the key, it seemed today. When I say goodbye to you, one more last fist bump. I Google powered up and it's like Google gets confused. Like, what? It just doesn't know what to show me. So I think I'm just gonna wing it. We're just gonna make it. We're just gonna make it darker. Forehead. Yeah, no, I would look at the high school social cliques as being the suffering. You will come to appreciate freedom and being liberated. That's another reason why I'm like, just get over it. Because your life will improve. As soon as you stop looking at people as titles, your life will improve. What's wrong with that color? I just think it's too bright. It's too bold. How'd you do in life during your first year as adults? Terrible. I'm pretty sure we all did terrible. Because high school doesn't prepare you for shit. Yeah, you could hole up in a dark room doing nothing with your life, or you could hole up in a dark room doing lots of stuff with your life. I don't think people say that anymore, Sarah. In fact, isn't that considered super offensive to call them that now? I'm being totally serious. I think that's, like, considered incredibly offensive now. I could be wrong, but I think I remember hearing that was just unacceptable now. Like, to the point that I don't even want to repeat it. I could be totally wrong. I'll let you know if I ever experience a whole year of adulthood. I feel that. I'm there with you. Whoops, I am already zoomed in all the way. I think I'm just gonna change it to this darker red, and I think that might be fine. See, I already think that looks better. It was just too boom. See, I guess I look at it as calling anybody anything like that is offensive, because, again, you're identifying somebody as, like, a title and not who they are, and I think that's not good. Yeah, also that. Assuming that any woman in the military is it's incredibly insulting. Like, to be blunt, I don't know how more clear I can make it, Sarah. You need to stop looking at people as these artificial labels that don't actually mean anything. Including yourself. I feel like you look at yourself like, this is the type of person I am, but you use all these identifiers that don't actually mean anything. And it gives you a perspective where you could potentially offend people, because you're making assumptions based on things
that in the real world we don't use those assumptions. Well, I mean, we've been over the fact that your parents are idiots, right? So, I would automatically discount anything they say. Sorry, I need fuel.
Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum.
Why do they have missile launchers on their shoulders? They never do that in any of the games. Is that what those are supposed to be? They never use those. Unrelated. Doing that thing where I'm trying to get conversation back on what's actually happening on the stream. But yeah, it's unhealthy to look at people like that, in my opinion. Yeah, like, I don't look at anyone here as... Let's use Twain as an example, because I think he'd be okay with me using him as an example. I don't look at Twain as black. I don't look at him as male. I don't look at him as straight. I don't look at him as married. I look at him as a very intelligent person that likes video games, is a lawyer, likes to speedrun, is a very open-minded and fair individual. None of that has anything to do with his gender, his sexuality, his skin color, his age. Those don't define him. And I don't like to think of people as those irrelevant terms. But when even you look at yourself with those terms, it makes it hard to see you as anything but. You know what I'm saying? That becomes your identity. And then eventually you're probably going to be upset that that is your identity, and that's how people are going to look at you. But if that's how you look at yourself, you're kind of not causing the issue, but you're not deterring it either. I don't know if deterring is the right word. But hopefully that's making sense. Okay, for those that weren't here at the beginning of the stream, I fucked up. This is gonna be the last thing we do tonight. We're probably already over time, right? Yeah, we're half an hour over time, but I don't really want to stop yet. I put Oil Man's Buster on the wrong arm. A lot of... I think it's assumed that a lot of Mega Man characters are ambidextrous. Mega Man is ambidextrous. Canonically ambidextrous. Either of his arms can be busters, neither of them could be busters, or both of them could be busters, and then he overheats. But I think in some cases, Fireman can't have hands. That's by design, I'm pretty sure. I don't think he can have hands canonically. Bomb Man can't have busters because he doesn't need busters. I don't know where he gets those bombs from. Let's change the subject. In the case of Oil Man, his entire arm is different, which tells me that that can't be either arm. I think I just messed that up.
I just wasn't paying attention, and I was just Do I need to change it? Will anyone notice? Probably not. But I notice, god damn it, and therefore it needs changing. Also, I see 19 likes. Let me do pixels for 15 real quick while I'm thinking about it. And a few people mentioned, why don't you just mirror him? Why don't you just flip him? Sometimes that doesn't really work. If you look at, like, any official art, typically it's not going to be a thing, but sometimes, if you look at, like, older game official artwork, you'll notice, if you try to mirror it, it suddenly looks really fucking weird. And some artists, which is, like, not a thing I do, because I'm dumb, I guess. Some artists, as they're working on something, they'll periodically mirror it, because it kind of makes it... the errors pop out that you might not be seeing otherwise, because you figure... I've just been looking at this for 6.5 hours, right? So there might be errors that I'm not seeing. So if I don't look at it for a couple days, suddenly I'll see it, because it kind of refreshes my view of it. Sometimes mirroring can do the same thing, except it's faster. I don't even remember how I noticed that I messed this up, but, yeah, we're gonna try to fix it. That's gonna be the last thing I want to do tonight, I think. And then I think it'll put us in a good opportunity to drop it for a week. Also, pro tip, if the streamer is very obviously trying to change the subject, don't linger on the subject. That's not a good idea. Whoops. And yeah, I'm not totally happy with Oilman's pose, but it's okay. It's okay. Many would say that there are worse issues with Oilman. So I kind of want to give him, like, the gesturing at himself with a thumbs up. Like, yeah, that's right, I'm me. Except the angle makes it kind of tricky. Yeah, yeah. If it was just the cannon, I probably would have been like, I won't worry about it. But since yeah, his whole arm, his whole, like, upper arm is a, like, it is a hose. And yeah, it's just the arms that are fucked up. I already took a couple passes on his face to fix some things up there. I think it looks better now, personally, while still remaining on model and accurate to the... I'd say Oilman we know and love, but I don't think anybody likes Oilman.
Might have to do something else with this, with his arm, honestly. I'm not gonna change his design. It would have been really fun. It's funny how, like, Mega Man characters are notoriously... notorious for, like, having, like, undie-looking designs, right? Like, Cutman, even Mega Man himself, Gutsman, have, like, these undie-shaped armor parts, and yet Oilman doesn't.
How the fuck am I gonna do this?
There's just, like, not enough room to do it comfortably. I feel like I have to do something else with that arm. Maybe we won't do this tonight, because I'm actually, like, kind of not sure what to do. I put myself in a position where there's not a whole lot I can do with this area. I might have to outright, like... I might have to move this leg, is what I might have to do. I think it's just too in the way. Which is gonna make this a bigger ordeal than I expected, so... yeah, we might not do this tonight. Still got a lot done tonight, so... it's good shit. I'm just thinking. I'm just thinking. Oh, is that true with diamonds? I didn't know that. Look at it. Look at this. We were talking about learning things. Mike's just teaching us all sorts of shit tonight. It might take us weeks to comprehend the whole fruits and vegetable thing, but hey, learning's learning. I feel like I explained what the problem was, Sarah, like multiple times at this point.
Where's Shit, I lost it. Shit, I found it earlier. I found the original, like, Mega Man 1 styled. There it is. Like the classic styled version. I wonder if I can pull anything from that. He's a bit of a fatty. He's a bit of a fatty. I don't know if I want to make him a fatty. You wouldn't really be able to see it here anyway. See, he's even given a thumbs up in this artwork. Like, god damn it. I feel like that's so correct. I just can't get it to work. I think that works. This is going to require a lot of redrawing, and it makes me a little uncomfortable. Maybe we shouldn't do this tonight. It's not that, it's silicone. Yeah. Accurate. Yeah, we're approaching hour 7, so I'm kind of like, maybe I don't want to tackle this right now. Especially because I haven't eaten yet today. Honestly. I'm not really feeling it, but I don't know. You will win, I guarantee. Reality. Well, the good news is we can surgery this bitch. I think we can kind of... That's basically the same hand pose and the cannon we can just kind of move over. I think the only thing we're going to have to redraw fully is the tube. Alright, Lily, take it easy. Thanks for hanging out for a little bit. Hope you can manage to get to sleep. Yeah, I think we can kind of surgery this bitch very carefully. We're
We're gonna cut him up a little bit and try to... get things in order, is what we're gonna do. Oh, I forgot I did it that way. Okay. There we go. Okay, that cut clean. We're fine. Oh, we're gonna have to like completely redraw the scarf. I didn't even see that. Okay, that's fine. It's fine. Stupid how epic this theme is. Oh boy. Okay. What made you laugh, Mike? That's a good indicator to stop when I start dropping the pencil. That's a really good indicator to stop. Oh boy. Oh boy. Why isn't it giving... Oh, there we go. That was weird. Alright, we're gonna have to redo the shading, of course, but it's still saving us time. Why is it doing that? That's annoying. Oh, there we go. Whoa, that was way too much. Actually, I can kind of... it's a little off. Oh my god. Stop it. Adobe's being weird. Probably another indicator that I should call it quits soon. I wanted to at least get this stuff in place. So yeah, we'll have to redraw some little parts. The big one will be the tube arm and the scarf. We'll have to redo the scarf. It's not too bad. I sound like a boomer. Alright, so yeah, I think our main objective next week will be to fix Oil Man up. Oh no, what have I done? Now now I can't really like publish this to post on Twitter. I'm gonna have to take Oil Man out. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to like remove him temporarily. I wasn't thinking. I should have rendered it first. Well, okie dokie. Oh, I see you. I fucked up. Yeah, you're just gonna have to leave for now. Sorry. But you know what's annoying? Well, no one follows me on Twitter, it doesn't matter. If people actually followed me on Twitter, they're gonna be like, you removed him just because people complained that he was racist, and, like, that's not why I removed him at all. But, like, nobody fucking follows me on Twitter, so it's fine. No one's gonna even notice. That'll do. Whoops. Okay, we still got the big eye done. We got Roll in there, and we got Yellow Devil, which was the main objective tonight, so that's the important part. We may have had to temporarily cut Oil Man, but that's okay. Next week we'll finish him up. Get it fixed. Yeah, the highlight on her pupil was the wrong... I never filled it in. Honestly, I don't know if undo is gonna go far enough back, Mike. I thought of that. I was like, well, I could maybe go that far back, but...
Wait, what did... Why am I on top chat? Also, you are all spelling Rouge wrong. I think that settles the debate. Like, no one could choose her as waifu other than Demonic, because he's the only one that spelled her name correctly. It has been settled. You can't choose Rouge. You spelled her name wrong. You lost the battle. Not only did you spell her name wrong, but when Demonic pointed it out, you were like no, it's fine. So you were knowingly spelling her name wrong. Also, Volpe, you're also wrong. But you're not choosing her as a waifu, so it's fine. That's fine. Yeah, you're all spelling it Rogue, not Rouge. It's Rouge the color. I don't want to stop. I am hungry, though, so I should stop. Okay, so I'm going to be off for the next 5 days. We will be back on Saturday. Yeah, Rogue is also a name, but that's not her name. That's what it comes down to. Yeah, so I'm off for the next 5 days. We'll come back on Saturday to play some more Avengers. Maybe. I honestly might take Saturday off, too. I don't know. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. We'll see how I do with my to-do list. I have a bunch of stuff I want to get done with this couple of days off. So I'll see how that progresses, and then maybe Saturday will still be off. But then Sunday we'll come back and we'll continue with this. We'll get Oil Man all fixed up. We still got stuff to do. We're not done yet. We're not done yet. At this point, what do we still have to do? I guess the big thing is we gotta put Wily in there somewhere. And Light. Which I think now Dr. Light is gonna fit neatly over here. I think that just kind of makes sense. Just kind of works now. I wasn't sure where to put him, but I think that'll do. Wily will go up here. I still want to put Copy Mega Man in here somewhere. Holograph Mega Man, whatever you want to fucking call him. Copy Robot. I'm gonna put him probably up here. Or maybe over here? I'm thinking up here, though. Well, Big Eye's gonna move over there. Up here somewhere, I don't know. I still want to put a Suzy in here somewhere. I think that's it? I don't think we'll finish it next stream. Proto-Man wasn't in Mega Man 1. He's in Powered Up, but not canonically. Yeah, I think that's gonna be it. It's gonna be Light, Wily, Fix Oil Man, Copy Robot, and like another enemy or two. Like a Suzy over here. And then maybe... I don't know, I can't think of anything off the top of my head, so...
Maybe we will finish it. Maybe we will finish it next week. I don't know. Depends on how long Light and Wily take. Maybe I'll finish Oilman off stream. Maybe I'll finish Oilman off stream. Because it's just gonna be fixing it up, right? That's probably not gonna be super interesting to watch. So yeah, maybe I'll do that. That'll give us less to do. And then maybe next week we'll be able to finish it. I don't know. Okay, let me see. Okay, so pixels for 20 likes and pixels for the end of the stream. Yeah, like I said, I think I'll fix Oilman off stream and just have it done by next week, and then we can focus on everything else. The big focus next week then will be Light and Wily, I think. I think that seems like a good plan. I think part of why I don't want to stop is, like, I could just sit and listen to this music for forever. I think that's part of the issue. Okay, so yeah, that'll be it for tonight. That'll be it for this week. Thank you everyone for hanging out tonight. It was a lot of fun. I like doing these streams a lot, so I definitely want to continue doing them. We might take a small break after we finish this one, maybe? Before I start another? I don't know. I'm not really planning that far ahead, so we'll see what happens in that regard, but I do want to continue doing them because they're fun, so. So yeah, thank you everyone for hanging out, whether it's a couple minutes or a couple hours, or quietly lurking, or conversing it up, or watching off stream. It's all appreciated. I will be rendering this and dropping it on Twitter in case anybody wants to check that out and see, like, be able to, like, zoom in and take a closer look at the details or anything like that. That will be available. Otherwise, yeah, I'll see you guys on. I'd say I'll see you around in other streams, but since Twain is forced to take a small hiatus too, I probably won't. Honestly, I probably won't. I don't know. I might, but. I mean, I'll probably be watching stuff, I just don't know if it's anything that any of you guys also watch. And I also lurk, so you probably won't know I'm there. So I don't know. But yeah, otherwise, there's a chance I'll do a stream in the middle of the week somewhere. Because I mentioned, I think was that last night, where I mentioned potentially making an art mascot for the streams. If I feel ambitious enough to do that this coming week, I might do an impromptu stream. Maybe, but no promises. No promises. I feel like I'm forgetting something else, but I can't really imagine what. So yeah, one last time, thank you all again for hanging out, and I'll see you guys next weekend. If it isn't on Saturday for Avengers, it'll definitely be on Sunday for another art stream, so look forward to that. So yeah, take it easy, and I will see you guys next time.